feel attractive language-wise, or the topic that they feel more closely related to. So do you have any idea or experience with communicating with the region that is not really for the Westerner originally?
Yeah, so specifically no, but I think that some of my experiences on nuanced things might be helpful. So again, with working with New World Symphony, the difference just between Britain and America was something I had to overcome, and that some things that I thought would work in my language and worked at home weren't resonating in America. So with all of this, there are various nuances to all of our communities and our countries and nationalities, as we've discovered this week from speaking. So obviously it's trying to identify what works for different regions. But as you say, between East and West, when there are certainly different challenges around which social media networks are accessible, is certainly a big thing to do as part of that. I think potentially one thing I would encourage would be experimenting. And we have opportunity with these to try things for free, and it's okay to fail, because normally failing means we get ignored rather than the sky falls in. So there is that opportunity to at least explore, but it's certainly a challenge for that, and I think, but I'm hopeful there's at least opportunity to try and connect to people from the back of that.
Yeah, and also collaboration, I think, like collaborating the people locally, from the local, I think it will help. Like my team worked with somebody in the US to help promoting my competition in the States, and they learn a lot.
Yes.
Their presentation skills change because of that. And I just want to say something like this.
No, it's a fantastic point.
We are talking about globally through internet. So
yes, I think it's fantastic. But I'm very aware. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think, are we coming up to time? Yes. So I'd like to thank you so much for your thoughts. I love to continue the conversation, so please keep chatting to me during the remaining time here. And thank you so much for your openness as part of this session and your warm welcome throughout the whole time. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. As he said, David will stay with us until Warsaw, I think, so you'll have plenty of chances still to talk to him if you so require. We have a very finite present for you. There's some things in the world that stay finite. They're still nice and good to have. Here's some chocolate from Geneva for you. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolute pleasure. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
It's now time for the coffee break. We'll start again at 11:45 with the continuation of the workshops. If you finish your workshops early, you're welcome to go to lunch early, and we'll see you after lunch at 2:30 for the Raphael Blechat show. Thank you.
Thank you for your help. Hi there.
starting? Jin. Jin Young. What is wrong? Ah, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you all had a nice lunch. It's getting really hot outside, so it's nice to be back in here and welcome our next guest. And I'm extremely pleased and happy that today Rafał Blechacz is joining us. You all, or most of you, will know him. He was born near this town, went to school at the Music Academy in Bydgoszcz and studied with Professor Popowa-Zidron, who we will hear later on. He then won a prize at the Arthur Rubinstein, not the Tel Aviv, but the Bydgoszcz Arthur Rubinstein competition, a small one. Went on to Hamamatsu, where he won in 2003, the second prize, and then finally the first prize at the Chopin competition in 2005, that immediately propelled him onto a great international career. It was especially meaningful for Poland because he was only the second or the first Polish since 1975 when Christian Zimmermann won the Chopin competition. He's a Deutsche Grammophon artist and he's extremely versatile, has many, many interests and has also studied philosophy. So in 2016, he went on a sabbatical to continue his philosophy studies, where I heard he will finish very soon, maybe next year. Maybe he will tell us a little bit about that later. We are also very grateful to welcome with him Bartolomiej Wesner, who will talk to him in a relaxed style and ask questions, conversations, talk a little bit about his life, his memories, about his hometown Bydgoszcz, about Paderewski and Chopin, of course. And towards the end, please do ask him questions. We would like to keep this interactive and get as much feedback as possible from you. Thank you, and please welcome with me Rafał Blechacz.
I was thinking how to start, and maybe the very good idea. I think it's some memories of one of my first meeting with you. It was 18 years ago. I was a student at the Music Academy, and a friend of mine told me about super talented young guy, a pupil of Professor Popowa-Zidron. And he was said to be able to win Chopin competition. And on that day happened to play his final exam at the secondary music school in Bydgoszcz.
Okay. You came with Professor Sulikowski, I guess.
Yeah? Yes, we went to the exam, and I must say it was one of that event which stay with you for the rest of your life. And that guy was, of course, Rafał Blechacz. The rest is history. Do you remember that?
I remember this examination. Yes, absolutely. I performed some solo pieces, Beethoven Sonata. The second sonata, yes, the same that I recorded for Deutsche Grammophon after Chopin competition. Before Beethoven, I played some Bach, Prelude and Fugue from Das Fortepierte Klavier.
I remember the two studies, seventh by Chopin from Opus 10 and Lagerezza, I think, by Liszt.
And also Chopin concerto, yes, number one.
No, it was only solo recital.
It was
you play also the BC Estamps.
Okay.
And the thing I remember the most was the piano, because it was old Petrov grand piano.
Petrov or Kawai, I think. Yeah.
I don't remember, maybe, but I know that piano, and it was practically unplayable for the normal pianist, and you made some mystery with that, with the sound, with the quality of, well, I remember this as, very well. And I wanna ask you if there's many that kind of nights which are maybe memorable for you, like for me was that one, that first meeting.
Yeah, there are important moments. I think the last examination in secondary school was very important moment for me. I wanted to choose a specific repertoire. I wanted to show different styles, so I decided to play some Bach compositions and Beethoven. And you're right, the piano was not the best, and the quality of sound. I had to manage some colors and shades of the sounds, but I think in some, and I did it. Yes, I was happy after that. I was proud that on this piano I could reach some interesting colors, especially in Debussy music. So I think that it was a challenge to play Debussy on that piano at that time. Yeah, it was important for me.
So you remember that. Great.
But I think I played also Chopin concerto, the second and the last movement, Chopin concerto #1, with the second piano. It was after the break. It was a full recital program, and after after intermission,
concerto.
it was a concerto.
Maybe I was so impressed by that solistic part.
Maybe
I
the
forgot.
interpretation of the Chopin concerto was not so convincing.
After that Debussy. But maybe you have also some memories from that time when you haven't been the Rafał Blechacz, the winner of Chopin competition, but just Rafał, pupil of music school, student of a music academy.
Yeah, I was considering Chopin competition at that time, but it was very important to prepare different repertoire, not only Chopin music before. So I decided to take part in different competitions like Hamamatsu International Competition, like Artur Rubinstein in Memoriam competition here in Bydgoszcz. I think there were very important steps in my education and my career, and thanks to this kind of experience, competition experience, I knew how to create the final strategy for Chopin competition in 2005. But very important, this I want to say, that very important was to build a different repertoire, because when you play different composers, when you are touching different styles, Bach music, Beethoven classical music, Debussy Impressionism, it's very important for Chopin as well. So you can find a lot of coloristic aspects in Chopin's music, and it's very important to develop it. Thanks to it, the interpretation, Chopin interpretation, is much more rich and.
Of course, I understand that, but still, my question is:
Yeah,
you remember yourself as a maybe different person, because you were very young,
Different person,
and it changed everything. So that moment before, when you attend to school with your,
I was more shy at that time. And I had not so much concert experience as after Chopin competition 2005. But it was a very natural process, I must say, education process, and everything was totally natural for me. I developed a repertoire. I worked. I had a great collaboration with my professor. And her advices was very important for me at that time, especially before important competitions. I remember one advice that I heard from my professor. It was that it was one sentence: the real loser, there are no loser at the competitions. The real loser is then when someone is losing his love to music. And thanks to it, I felt much more sure before competition. I felt much more, how to say, I was not so nervous before competition and during the competition. So it was before Hamamatsu, so 2003, I was 18.
Okay, so you say that was the time you started thinking about the Chopin, but is there possibility in your head that you can imagine that you you didn't participate in a Chopin competition. You maybe even don't play Chopin music.
Of course, I can imagine this situation, but I think that my life would be absolutely connected with music. So after 2005, it's maybe much more difficult to imagine this situation that I don't play Chopin. Because since, especially after Hamamatsu competition, I realized that Chopin music, his style is very close to my heart, to my personality, to my feelings. And it was a very natural decision that I want to play Chopin repertoire, Chopin pieces during the Chopin competition. Of course, there is some tension for Polish pianists before and during the competition, but thanks to my experience that I told you, experience especially from Hamamatsu competition and Artur Rubinstein competition here in Bydgoszcz, I had own strategy during Chopin competition, so I can give maybe some advices to other pianists, to other musicians who want to take part in important international competition. But we must remember that everyone is different. Everyone has different personality, different feelings. So maybe the most important is to, of course, to hear some advices from some musicians. But maybe the much more important is to hear your heart, your musical, artistic intuition.
So maybe you can tell us how it happened that you decided to participate in Warsaw.
After my winning in Hamamatsu in 2003, I realized that Chopin is very special for me. I felt very comfortable to play his music during the competition in Japan. And together with my professor, Professor Popova, we decided to check the repertoire, the program of the Chopin competition. And we realized that we have a lot of Chopin pieces in my repertoire that I already performed during not only competitions, but during some examinations and some concerts. So it was quite easy to finish the repertoire for the competition in 2 years, so in 2005. And I knew that after such an important competition, after final, after the winning, I can develop a very international musical career. Okay. It is the key to develop it.
You said something about the repertoire, and this is also one memory I have, that because that was some kind of legends, like whole piano faculty discuss about your repertoire. I remember, like that was a rumors that Professor Sulikowski, Professor Pobłocka, Professor Godziszewski, they debate it will be better if you play barcarolle or I don't know fantasy. Is it true? You know it, or it was between the professors? Because that time and still we have very strong personalities.
I think no. It was a decision between
you and Professor Popova,
my heart and me, and between my professor and me. So we know each other very well. So we felt what is the best way of making repertoire for the competition. What is the best pieces that I'm going to perform for the competition. So I really love barcarolle, of course. So it was very natural that I will play for the first stage barcarolle, not the ballad. Of course, I love ballads too, but for the competition, I decided to play barcarolle Opus 60, and I think it was a very nice idea. It came very naturally to start the competition with the preludes. And the preludes, usually we play the preludes at the beginning. Yeah. So it was a good beginning.
I remember I was in Warsaw that day, and I
for the
was
first stage,
for the first round. Yeah.
October 10, I remember very well. And the first CD, first album for Deutsche Grammophon
Was also Preludes.
was with the Preludes too. Yes, so it's the beginning of making international career.
Okay, opportunity makes a thief. So I must ask you, regarding to you, is it possible to have a big career without music competitions? You can imagine, I don't know, Marta Argerich didn't win Genève, Bolzano, Warsaw, and still she's a
it's
legend.
very hard. It's very difficult to imagine that Marta Argerich
Not being a legend.
would not win the competitions. So I think this is a very natural way and possibility to make international career, to take part in important, prestigious competitions. But of course, there are many musicians, many pianists who develop their career without great winnings, without competitions. It's possible, but I think it depends on many different elements. For example, on creating important contacts, for example, with prestigious musical agencies. Because thanks to it, you can develop your career. You can giving many concerts all over the world. But when you have no contact with important managers, for example, important record label, recording companies, then it's much more difficult to not to be famous, but to play many concerts in great places, yes, great festivals, etc. So winning in Chopin competition or different prestigious competition helps you to develop this kind of contacts with recording companies and musical agencies. But some people have these contacts without the competitions. So I am not a big fan of competitions. So if I would avoid competition, maybe it would be much easier for me to develop my career. But I had no contacts with musical agencies, with recording companies before competition. So it was a very natural process that I made a decision. I want to be at the competition. I want to try my musical power during the competition, and it was very natural and very important, not dramatic, but important artistic decision. So I was lucky.
So your goal was really to could share your artistic vision with the audience, and without that contact, like you said, it's impossible. Yeah?
Of course, I played some concerts before, yeah, but I felt that I want to play more and more. I want to share the beauty of music, of art with other people all over the world. I was dreaming about great concert halls, great festivals, and I knew that after the winning, after important competitions, there is a possibility, there is an opportunity to develop your career, to do it, to play everywhere that you want, where you want. So,
okay, you said you would like to avoid the competition, but it's impossible. So if
for me, it was impossible.
So competition are necessarily, you see some possibilities to change, or you maybe you see needs of change in a regulation, in the programs, or maybe just in the idea of competition.
You mean the idea, like, general idea, yes?
General idea, like maybe if we, because it's a matter of decision, if we are want to have a games, Olympics, or we are searching for artistic truth, and if the public needs that excitation which comes with
maybe this
prizes.
You're right. It's maybe not the best combination. Because we have some sports rules during the competition. Yeah, we have to compare artistic visions, sometimes so different visions on the particular pieces, different interpretations. It's the art. And suddenly we have to say, this is better, this is worse, this is the best, this is not good. And it's so difficult, I think. It's such a big responsibility for jury. So this is the reason that I am so careful with being in the jury of important competitions, because this kind of responsibility is very hard, I think.
But you can imagine a situation where the competition has no winner, but everyone has the same, I don't know, the same opportunity to play. And there are plenty of agencies, plenty of, I don't know, journalists, directors of big festivals. And we know winner after, I don't know, 5 years, because they made a decision. They know their public, they choose. And you know, your award, the Gilmore Award, was quite the same way, because you didn't know they judging.
It's not a real competition, yes. It's a little different situation, because you are followed by some members of the jury of Gilmore Artist Award. You are followed by some musicians, some pianists, some musicologists, some journalists, some teachers, professors, and you are not aware. You don't know that you are followed. So it's quite funny, but it's not. There's no tension for you. There's no stress, and it's only one winner, no losers. Because
no one knows who also taking part.
Nobody knows who is followed by members of the jury, and it takes 4 years. I was followed for 4 years in many places in Europe, in the United States. And after 4 years of playing some concerts, recitals, concerts with the orchestras, there is a decision of the Gilmore Artist Award jury that they chose one winner from 100 pianists that they followed during 4 years.
So of course, no competition can afford to have a 4 year of observation. But
one thing I would like to add about competitions: maybe some competitions could develop their contacts with musical agencies, because sometimes when you win the competition, you have no good offers from musical agencies. There are so many competitions now, and sometimes it's difficult for some managers to follow each competition. So maybe it would be much easier and much better to develop some contacts, that some promoters, some directors of some important competitions could develop these contacts with musical agencies and recording companies, like for example Chopin competitions. Yeah, because after Chopin, you can sign the contract with Deutsche Grammophon, you can sign the contract with important agencies, and thanks to it, you can play the concerts. But there are some situations that you can win the competition, and after the competition, you have no job, yeah? So, and also some commercial aspects, maybe. Sometimes I feel that maybe, of course, you can follow the competition with the internet. It's very important. Media are important, and that's good. But sometimes my feeling is that it's disturbing to the participants, to the pianists, to the musicians who are taking part in competition. For example, at the Chopin competition, there are so many journalists. The pianists, the way from the dressing room to the stage is surrounded by many journalists. And when you want to be concentrating on your program, on your repertoire, suddenly you hear some strange questions, and you are going to the piano because you want to play music, and it's disturbing. And the same after your performance, you have a very quick interview straight after your performance, after your interpretation. And sometimes I think it's not good for musicians, for the pianists.
But this is
I
not.
tried to avoid it
This is
during
not
my competition, and
like,
I did a success with this.
it's not like an idea that change a competition, like as a competition. So generally, you think
You know, I am not an expert in competitions. I've never been in the jury of any competitions. My first time will be this year in November, Paderewski International Competition. So after that,
we will talk. Yeah.
yeah, we will talk, and I will be building a new kind of experience. Yes.
Okay, maybe I will ask you about your artistic activities. From 2018, you are performing regularly with the Bomsori Kim, a great violinist, prize winner of many competition. Could you tell what was the impulse to start this collaboration?
I started this collaboration thanks to Wieniawski competition. It was the time that I had a sabbatical. I had a free year, one season. I played just 3 concerts because I wanted to have a rest, some relaxation, some time for being with my family. It was the time in which I prepare some new repertoire program for the next seasons, next recording projects. And thanks to it, I was in my house and I was following the Wieniawski International Competition 2016. And must say, and I want to say, that Bomsori Kim was my favorite violinist at that competition. And I felt that his vision, that her vision, that her understanding music, creating phrasing, is very close to my understanding of music. So I tried to get in touch with her manager in Korea, and I proposed that maybe we could meet, we could rehearse, we could play together, and then we will see what to do afterwards. Maybe we will decide for some concerts together, for some recordings. And after the first rehearsal in Poznań, before our first concert in Poznań a few years ago, I realized that it was a good choice. It's the perfect. She's the perfect partner, musical partner, for making interpretation together and develop a chamber music.
So it was like a impulse. You just felt that okay, there's a musician which feels like me, understanding music like me. For me, it's very interesting. A little comparison. You are often compared to Christian Zimmermann, and he also
after the competition.
He also had he recorded an album for Deutsche Grammophon with Kaja Danczowska, also prize winner of Wieniawski competition. And is your path similar to Mr. Zimmermann's by choice, or it was a coincidence?
It was not the reason that Christian and Kaja recorded for Deutsche Grammophon, so I have to record it for Deutsche Grammophon with some violinist from the Wieniawski competition too. No, it was not the reason. The reason was that I felt that I want to do something with chamber music. I want to create individual interpretation with someone else. I don't want to be alone again on stage. It's a wonderful situation that we can develop our interpretation together. We can discuss some important musical and technical aspects, and we are aware that our interpretation is true and is really our interpretation. So I wanted to have some experience in this. Yeah. So I was looking for some musical partner, and following the Wieniawski competition, it was a great possibility, a great opportunity to find someone interesting person.
You know, I think the chamber music is a way we're listening, and it's also an art of anticipating something, but also you have to create a verbal or non-verbal language. You communicate with another musician, and That's
But
why
we understand sometimes
Without,
without words, yeah. And the same situation I had with my professor. We understood sometimes without any discussions, without any talking about interpretation. We felt that what we want to do in Barcarolle, in the Nocturne, etc.
But what I want to say from chamber music, I think is a very close link to teaching, because you have to, like you said, you can make it without words, but generally you have to find
Of course, it's
find a
different.
language how to talk about music. Someone says that talking about music is like dancing about literature, but anyway, you must try. And I remember we talked a few years ago about your participating as a professor at Paderewski Piano Academy. That's one very, very important project of Paderewski Association. And you said that teaching is a great responsibility and you also try to avoid it. Later you agreed, and I think that master classes were a huge success. And now you join also Faculty of Piano at
Maybe
Bydgoszcz.
not huge, but success.
But you join also the Faculty of Piano in Bydgoszcz Academy. So what changed in your approach to teaching, to being a mentor for young?
Well, still, I don't feel that I am a real teacher. Teaching is maybe it will in the future. Later, it will change. But for now, I don't feel that this is my cup of tea, like playing the concerts and making recordings. But it's interesting. I must say that it's a big inspiration for me. I hope that also for students, but also for me, I must say. Of course, it's difficult because I did some master classes, and usually you don't know the pianists, you don't know the student. You can meet a student only for 45 minutes or 1 hour, and that's all. And suddenly you have to talk something about his playing, about you have to give some advices. So I'm not giving typical lessons. It's in my case, it's rather a kind of conversation about the particular piece, about some problems that you can find in this piece. It's a conversation about the different ways in the interpretation. And it's kind of sharing your experience, your stage experience with some pieces with the student. And maybe it's helpful, maybe it's some inspiration for them, or maybe sometimes not. It depends, yes. But I want to develop this kind of teaching, and maybe later something changed.
But you know, the way master classes are working, it's hard to know how good your advices will be adopted by the student. The true teaching is like the moment when you can observe it, like you have one lesson, in next week you have another time opportunity to
I have
see.
no experience in this, not yet. So only master classes, yeah. So just 2 or 3 lessons with the student, and that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no regular students. So it's
But there's nothing inside of you that's saying you maybe that's something fascinating, like observing how someone is developing, that someone is growing.
It is fascinating. It is fascinating, but playing the concerts is fascinating too. So
okay, so maybe if you are talking about the concerts, about the recording, you are preparing a new album for Deutsche Grammophon. Maybe you
yes, it's
want
already recorded. It's in Chopin music, Chopin sonatas, number 2, number 3. I already accepted everything. So the photos, covers, everything commercial, yes, things. And the date of the release, probably autumn this year.
Are you planning also record the first one and the cello sonata to have a complete of Chopin sonatas?
I was thinking about it, but first I would have to find a new musical partner. So yeah, probably I will record, but it's not, during next 2-3 years. It's the question about the future. For now, I have just 2 sonatas, number 2, number 3, and the barcarolle, the piece that I performed during the competition, and the Nocturne, Opus 48. This is the program of the new album, new solo album. So I'm looking forward to.
Great. I have also one question my daughter forced me to ask you.
Yes, please.
If you have to go to a desert island,
Which piece?
and
Yes,
you can take with you music by only one composer, but everything by one composer and books by one writer.
Okay.
Which one will you choose?
Before 2005, I would take Johann Sebastian Bach. Yeah. After 2005, maybe Frédéric Chopin.
Really?
Yeah. Because of the competition.
And what about the books? About
What
the
about
writers?
the books? Musical books or generally?
Generally.
Oh, that's a difficult question. Probably Holy Bible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What can we wish to Rafał Blechacz?
Well, after pandemic, I think it's very, very important to be in a good condition, to be very healthy, and to be able to develop a musical adventure with great musical pieces, and that's all, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe there are
If someone
questions.
has
from
some
the
questions, it's the time. Yeah. Yes, please.
You didn't mention at all that you are studying philosophy. Does
That's true.
this study of philosophy have an effect on your music?
I think so, yeah. I think so because after the study, I am much more aware of some important aspects in music, in the art. For example, there's very interesting text, very interesting book written by a Polish philosopher who was a student of German philosopher Edmund Husserl. And the name of Polish philosopher is Roman Ingarden. And he was interested in aesthetic and the identity of the musical work in the context of its interpretation. So after his lectures, his books, I wanted to think more about, for example, aesthetic experience, like concert with the public. That, for example, the audience can create the interpretation together with you. And thanks to the audience, you can change your vision, you can change your interpretation. So it was a very important time for me, and such a huge inspiration also about some metaphysical aspects in music, in Bach music, but also in some Chopin's competition, like Polonaise Fantasy, Opus 61, or some late mazurkas. I think it's important to have some inspiration, not only with that you can find in music, but also in different fields. So, thank you.
When you were participating in the competitions, did you also listen to other performances of fellow contestants?
I didn't.
Not at all. No.
I didn't. It was part of my strategy for the competition. So I was concentrating only on my program, only on me, only on my feelings, only on piano. So I didn't listen to other pianists. I didn't listen to the radio. I didn't to watch TV because I didn't want to be attacked by some information about the competitions. And it helped me to be in a good condition, to be completely close with my interpretation, with the music. So for me, it was a good strategy, but for some different pianists, maybe it's not the best way. I don't know.
Something else, well, also during the competition, of course, you're not the only participant in a competition. Apart from the fantastic effect of winning a prize after the competition, a musical development afterwards, were there some friendships or personal events that happened thanks to the competition in a personal field?
You mean
with other
personal field?
Yeah, with
during
other,
the competition.
Yeah,
yes?
yeah. Because of the competition, you meet
Mm-hmm.
other contestants. Also, you speak with jury members. Were there some moments that were important in your life afterwards?
Yeah, I didn't give any interviews during the competition, but after the winning, straight after the results, it was impossible. So I had a lot of chats, a lot of talks talking with maybe not with professors, not with the jury, but with other pianists. So, for example, with not only with Polish pianists like Jacek Kortus, but also with some pianists from Asia. But you know, it's there's no time for develop a friendship after you're winning, because you're surrounded by so many people, so many journalists. You have so many press conference interviews, and you have to think about your repertoire for the next 2-3 years. You are opening so many emails from new people, from agencies, from recording companies. So it's totally new life for you, and you have to find a right balance between, you know, normal life, between some friendship, and between artistic and normal working life that suddenly you have to develop. And it was quite difficult after the winning to find this balance during next 3-4 months. If I could change one thing, probably maybe I tried to negotiate with some directors of Polish Philharmonic halls that I postpone my recitals and my concerts straight after the competition, because it was no time for the rest, for relaxation, for being with your family, for celebrating your success. Suddenly you had to play many concerts in our country, and it was no time for anything. Yes, it's quite difficult, because after 3 weeks, when the tension is not so, it's quite high. Yeah, you have to prove your award during many concerts, and the expectations from the public are very, very high. But I know it's difficult, because before the competition, each pianist have to sign the contract with the institute, with the people who are arranging the competitions, and you accept this idea of playing the concerts after the winning. But I would negotiate it and I would like to have some discussion about this, because I think it's better for the pianist, for the prize winner, that he will play, of course, some concerts after the winning, but maybe not straight after the competition. Yeah, it's tiring, and it's not so easy to keep the highest quality for the concerts. Okay. Yes, please.
I would like to hear a little bit more about Paderewski, since we're in the city of the Paderewski competition, and this is such a big personality. You're a Polish artist, and I would like to know, what does he mean to you? as a shining example, as an artist, as a politician. We've heard a lot about this personality now. We don't know, or many of us don't know, the recordings that are there. We don't know much about what he did, but I would like to know what he means to you.
He was a great person, and his recordings, very old recordings, can be some kind of inspiration, and it was inspiration for me at the beginning of my education. And I was fascinated by Paderewski's approach to keeping the highest quality for the concerts. He practiced a lot. He regularly did many technical exercises. And he was so much connected with the Steinway company. It was very, very important for him to play on extremely good pianos. And he was a great politician. He wanted to do something for our country. And I think this approach is very important. It's very important also for me because I'm thinking about my country, about the political situation, about some aspects which are close to our country. So it was also the reason that I decided to take part in Chopin in the Paderewski competition as a jury member, because I want to help I want to make Paderewski music and Paderewski competition and this city more popular, because I think it's a great city. We have a great Academy of Music. We have a great tradition already. And very important concerts, very important things, artistic things are already in this city. And I would love to develop it.
Little bit different question. What do you think about musicians becoming politically active, like your colleague Igor Levit, for example, who is very active in a way? Paderewski, again, he was a politician himself. But to what extent do you think artists should be?
Well, I think we have a right to speak about this, because we are normal people, and but my strategy, my way, especially during last 17 years after my winning after Chopin competition, I decided to be concentrating only on music and not officially talking about politics. Of course, I have some preferences, political preferences, like everyone, I think. But I don't feel that I have to talk about politics now. Of course, there are some questions. Some journalists are asking me about some political aspects, and then, of course, I'm answering, and I don't want to avoid some answers. But not too often, not too often, because I feel that my job is playing the concerts. It's sharing with other people, sharing beauty of music with other people, and I don't feel that I have to talk about politics now. And I don't feel a power inside in me that I can change something now. It's such a difficult time now. Of course, I can help. I can talk with my friends about politics, but to be a politician now, I don't want. Yes.
No, it's on. You are a very successful pianist, hopefully with a full calendar after the pandemic again. Are you worried a bit about the future of classical music. We know a lot of promoters are struggling to bring back audience to their halls. And attached to this also, do you feel a kind of a pressure on you also to create your own reputation, image, I don't know if to call it aura, on the social media, so the digital Rafael Blechacz?
Of course, I'm thinking about it. The world is changing, life is changing. Many important commercial aspects, also for Deutsche Grammophon, etc. But I think it's what I said at the beginning, I think, of our conversation, or in the middle of the interview, that it's important to find the right balance between this kind of aspects you mentioned and between real art, because sometimes commercial aspects can be disturbing for the art. I think I write a good way that I don't want to avoid this kind of aspects, but not too much. Of course, I'm giving some interviews, I'm doing some press conferences, I have some photo shoots, I have Facebook fan page. But for example, I have no Instagram, I have no huge number of interviews before album release, before some concerts. I feel that this is my way, and I found a good balance in this. And I want to develop this kind of being in this world.
This was the second part of the question, but the first one, are you worried about the future of classical music?
Well, I'm not. I'm not, because I think that concerts, which are, I think, the most important for me, of course, recordings too, but concerts, the contact with the public, with the audience, it's the most important for me. And I think concerts will be still existing. So I hope I will have a job. It's a deadline, yeah, already. We have time, no?
So I think we can just finish. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a
Thank you, and thank you for your questions.
Have a great stay in Bydgoszcz. Thank you.
Have a good. Thank you. Thank you.
¿Terminó?
Terminó una,
Ah, ya.
estoy esperando la otra.
¿Qué tal?
Mira, este que habló, eh, habló de su experiencia porque él ganó un concurso, el concurso Chopin en Varsovia. Entonces, claro, entonces primero partieron preguntándole qué repertorio le gustaba tocar. Entonces él dijo que la barcarola de todas maneras y los sonetos 2 y 3 de los nocturnos, que eso eran sus preferidos. Y de ahí dijo que, bueno, le preguntaron que cómo se sentía él ahora con el tema de la pandemia. Entonces dijo, mira, que en realidad todo el tema de la pandemia le había servido mucho para ensayar, para prepararse, que lo había usado mucho este tiempo para hacer lo que, claro, para desarrollar su técnica, mejorar y todo lo demás. Y además para preparar grabaciones, y que eso le había dado excelentes resultados, porque había hecho grabaciones muy buenas. Entonces termina él diciendo, pero no hay como el público. O sea, la mayor experiencia y lo que más deseo es volver a encontrarme con el público. Así que si ustedes necesitan algún concierto, cuenten conmigo. Y ahí todo el mundo se rió. Pues. Ese fue su final de la...
Claro, porque obviamente nunca...
Claro, entonces él decía que por más grabaciones, por más todas las actividades, todo lo, nada reemplaza la calidez de la relación con el público. Fue bonito el final de lo que dijo. ¿Mm? Sí.
Bueno que entraste, porque también eso te marca también una...
Sí, pero si ayer yo quise entrar también, pues, y no pude, porque no tenía el link. No, pero me siento bien de entrar, pues si yo participé de esta reunión siempre, ¿cómo no voy a participar ahora? Pues? Sí. Poca gente, sí, ¿eh? 7 personas conmigo, muy pocas.
¿Por qué le diría?
Porque bueno, primero es piano, exclusivamente hablo solo del piano, entonces los concursos que no son de piano, fuera, se van.
Ya.
Y después, cosa que me parece mala, yo creo que uno tiene que escuchar toda la experiencia, porque al final da lo mismo lo que toque. Claro, lo de los repertorios es un poquito más técnico.
Experiencia como músico.
Sí, pero estuvo bien, me gustó. Está bien porque te dan otra visión de lo que ha pasado, pues, pero si uno tiene la visión más humana de lo que ha pasado.
Ellos como artistas obviamente muestran la cara desde el otro punto de vista.
Claro.
Lo hace de la organización y él lo hace desde
Sí.
concursante.
Bien. Estamos a la espera de la segunda ahora.
¿Y también es de piano?
No, ahora yo creo que ya viene el final, la despedida ya que debe durar una hora, que deben ser como las reflexiones finales de la conferencia.
Ya. Ha sido triste que Polonia tuviera tan pocos participantes físicamente, ¿no? Que se hacen tantas actividades siempre en torno.
Sí,
Por otro lado, ahorran.
claro, pero igual el tema del ahorro es bien discutible porque,
Igual tienen que organizar.
claro, ahí están volviendo.
Y está este niño que vive en eso, que era el presidente antiguo.
No, pero es que la verdad es que no sé quiénes están físicamente, no tengo esa lista.
Ah, claro, solamente los que están online. Tienes razón. Pues la noche quedé como para varios días. No fue demasiada intensidad para tan poco rato.
¿Fue muy poco rato?
No.
Ah,
No, pero te digo. Pero te digo, una cosa tremenda. No podía soportar. No.
Ahí van a volver. Me faltó, sí.
Lo perdiste.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a splendor to announce a small speech, Professor Popowa Zydroń, who is a piano teacher of Rafał Blechacz. We heard him a few minutes before, and we will listen the short speech. Madam Professor, who is also the president of the Paderewski Association in Bydgoszcz. Pani profesor, proszę, come on the stage.
It is always a challenge for me to talk in English, so please forgive me my poor English, and I have the feeling that even my mind is not working properly when I speak in English. Nevertheless, I have written here a few words, and I will try to stick to what I've written, because usually I'm saying completely other things than I had planned. So I've been asked by Mr. Martenka, you know, this is the most important person here conducting the whole conference, and not only here, to say some closing words. And I warned him that my words might not be sheer courtesy, that they might even sound provocative. But he simply said, okay, say what you think. Yesterday I asked even Harry Cohen whether this is good, to say some provoking words at the end of this assembly, and he said, okay, it's interesting issues. So I'm here. Of course, first of all, I thank you all for coming here. It's really an honor for our association, for our city, for all of us, that this assembly takes place here in Bydgoszcz. And the Federation is an old and respectable organization. It is an honor to be part of it, but also an obligation, I think. Perhaps it is time to improve some more and develop. I have a beloved person whose words are always inspiring me, and I love to quote them. Winston Churchill, who has said, to improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. So I think that competitiveness is a signum temporis. Perhaps it is one of the mightiest tools in humankind's progress. Musicians are no exception. As a teacher, I am very strongly involved in this process. Every year, new students come to my class, and what they start with is a talk about competitions. I get furious at this moment. Their goal seems to be not to become a great pianist and interpreters, but to become famous, winning a position in this musical world. I eventually managed to explain that winning a competition is only a byproduct of being excellent, and that is where we really begin. There are hundreds of competitions worldwide nowadays. In my opinion, much too much. It is possible to find a competition for every level of pianistic proficiency. And sometimes I read young pianist CVs, and I see that, for example, a 16-year-old has already won 50 competitions. 90% of them are even not worth mentioning, but the CV looks impressive. Of course, young people know which competitions are really matter, competitions matter or do not. And I know that the most respectable competitions are in the federation. The federation has set some standards, and this is what makes the event respectable and worth to go into. Nevertheless, competitions undergo evolution, grow in importance, or decline. Wouldn't it be advisable to revise their condition, applying certain criteria which will concern not only the jury staff or the size of the money prize, but also, for example, what kind of promotion do they offer to the prize winners? I think that this promotion is very often quite short, and it could be extended also by the help of the federation. Why not to organize something like a festival for the first prize winners of the most important competitions, or to enable them to get in touch with important agencies, or to present them in Medici or other TV channels for art? Couldn't it be part of the activity of the federation? I think this could be one of the criteria to call the competition first-class competition. There is also another criterion, very delicate and very irritating many of us. This is the objectiveness or the fairness of the competition. We know that almost always after the competition is a rumor, and these candidates who didn't win a prize starts to make different stories. And of course, 99%, this is only their imagination and their feeling of failure, which is really very depressive. But sometimes I think that there is no smoke without fire, and competitions are using different systems of grading, less or more perfect. We try, for example, for the Chopin competition to improve every year, every edition of this competition to improve upon our experience. But I think that it could be also a subject of debate amidst the federation members. The system of grading, probably to ask some scientists to help, because we know that different systems can be very tricky. There are people who can perfectly manipulate with numbers. And I met 2 years ago a professor from the Warsaw School of Economics who published an interesting article under the title "Specific Tastes or Cliques of Jurors: How to Reduce the Level of Manipulation in Group Decisions." This was interesting article, and he gave evidence actually having results from a certain competition that there were two jury members acting as he called this strategic voting. This was clearly to see from their scores. So I think that ambitious, great competitions could be interested in creating consistent, simple, clear system which will reduce maximum the level of manipulation. I think also that studying the scoring and seeing how the judges are scoring the performances, we see that there is a normal thing that some judges try to make the things in a way they like and they prefer. Sometimes I haven't experienced really unfair play during the competitions I have attended, but I have experienced another thing. I have experienced an attempt to influence my opinion by talking about what we have heard. Of course, I'm not the person who can be so easily influenced, but there are also young and unexperienced jury members, and I think it's not fair to try to influence their opinion. Probably this could be one of the points if the federation creates a set of rules for the jurors' behavior during a competition. Of course, in the rules, it is written that jury members are not permitted to talk with the candidates. Also, we recommend not to talk about what we have heard, but this is very difficult to execute. And probably such a guide, I don't know how to call it, what means just and fair jury member could be also topic of next assembly, because I wanted to say some closing words, but it happens that I'm saying opening words. Sorry, but as Mr. Kwon said and Martenka said, please say what you think. This is what I'm thinking, that federation could be more active in influencing and standing on the bright side, because competitions, they have also their dark side, and the whole world is getting worse and worse. And what we can do is not to give up our struggle for fairness, for justice, for clean criteria. That is what I'm wishing, not only to the federation, only to myself and to my pupils. So this is the end, really. And from now, you have entertaining time Thank you so much for coming here, and bye-bye.
Dear Mrs. Katarzyna Popova-Citron. I like this name. It's a beautiful sound. And so it was easy for me to memorize. Thank you for your intervention. Maybe you were too busy to join us over these 2 days, the whole conference and also former conferences. You were touching very important topics, but I can assure you, I didn't find it unpleasant that you warned me that you will say something very unpleasant. I was quite entertained already before the entertainment. So a lot of topics we are working on. It's always a question of transmitter and receiver. Federation gives a lot of input. There are recommendations. On the other side, you have receivers. They are the single members, and they are totally sovereign to decide how to implement recommendations. And only one comment, without going into the detail of all topics that you touched. Fairness is totally important, and I've felt how suffering you are sometimes, no, even now, only on the podium, without being involved actually in this kind of process. But maybe it starts also by the composition of the jury. If you have jury members with their own agenda, then there's an interest probably sometimes to manipulate. If you have jury members, they're doing this only from time to time, or maybe only one time, then there's less agenda. No, there's also less experience, of course. That's the other side of the medal, but there's no agenda. So you can look to this fairness from very, very different point of views. And we are thankful for the input that you gave us, but you should be more positive and not so much suffering. Okay.
At that point, we may take the opportunity to invite you to our next General Assembly in Hamamatsu, Japan in May, where we will certainly touch on these subjects that you mentioned. And it would be wonderful to have you as in an active role in these discussions, because you did touch subjects that are really important for us. And we like to have these exchanges and to have these discussions. Not at the end, but actually during the conference, so that we can proceed and get some results and get things done. But thank you very much for your comments. It's now time for the presentations of our workshops. And I would like to ask first Tanja Scheimann to talk a little bit about what the workshop on Help Ukraine was all about.
So let's start. I will introduce who was with me in the group. It was Angelica from Rome, and it was Beata from Warsaw, and Ameki and Gustav from Arlich. I don't know where it is situated. And then we had also Elizabeth, who was leading it with me, and Henrik, Agata, some of them, the Polish people just dropped in and out. And we had, and that was a great pleasure, Irina and Anna with in our group. And we started our group by inviting Irina to tell us something about the current situation, which certainly already has changed since the beginning of the war. And they told us that the daily life returned to a kind of new normal. I think anyone can imagine what that might be. Yes, what that feels, because it's not real normal, but you are living with what you have now. And they have to face many issues. Talking of the students, first of all, not all of them are in the Ukraine anymore. And the staying male students, for example, may not easily cross a border now. And Irina takes a lot of effort to get them outside or abroad and back if they want to perform anywhere. And it's necessary to every time talk to the government and have a special permission for every single person to go abroad and come home if you're a male and you are over 18. And then there's a big lack of facilities to practice and study. And the situation, this travel situation and the lack of facilities is causing, as you can imagine, the students to lose their motivation. And not only the motivation, sometimes it's real mental health, which got lost. And regarding the musicians in general, there are actually not so many venues to give concerts, because the venues have to have a shelter below. And whenever an air raid alert starts, the audience has to retreat there. So concerts may only take place on weekend afternoons. And in addition to the many reasons, in addition, due to various reasons, many of the ensembles are not complete because some flew and some, are not able to play in the ensemble. And if the ensemble is complete and they want to go to venues, they only can go by train because it's not possible to fly. So that was where we started. And then it was very interesting to hear, we made such a round and everyone could comment. It was really interesting to hear what's already ongoing. And I was very impressed from Henrik's suggestion, because it's not so on the music side. He just offered to get in touch with doctors to give medical care to maybe musicians who are injured. God thanks, Irina told us it's not necessary in the moment, but I thought it was a very interesting perspective. So, and then based on the suggestions of the Kiev ladies, we listed some points which we as a federation could recommend or actually do. And I just go through it. Competitions as itself, it's the first and I think the easiest thing to take no application or entrance fee. A lot of competition already executed this, like Fort Worth or Bydgoszcz, and stay free of cost. That's something a lot of competitions do anyway, but Irina told me it's maybe necessary to extend the stay so they have a proper time to prepare. Which brings me to the next point. Students in general who could be potential participants, but students, they need places to practice and to study. There are not so many facilities, as I said before. And that's why we thought it would be good whenever a competition is run by a music school or university or is linked to one, it would be great to have offers to practice opportunities. And waiving the university fee if there is one. Bydgoszcz did it already. And maybe give scholarships or residencies to students, which the National Academy of St. Cecilia has already planned to do. They have a fund for this purpose, and also Bydgoszcz is doing it, and arranges accommodations for the accepted students as well. what is really tricky at that point is that it's really hard to decide who should receive these scholarships or benefits. And that's why Irina and her team came up with the idea to let students create a profile with key data and a kind of own recommendation with video links. So they let the donors choose themselves. So, but certainly not only students are in need. Speaking of professional musicians, it would be of great help to give concert opportunities for soloists, but also to ensembles. So every engagement is appreciated. And I think it's very a wish from the heart from Irina to commission compositions of Ukrainian composers. That would be of great help, maybe not this year, but in the future. And if not commission a work, it would be also a good sign just to implement some works of Ukrainian composers in your repertory, if possible. And Gustav had a nice idea regarding that. He suggested maybe you can offer a special prize for best interpretation of a work of a Ukrainian composer or something like that. So that brings me to the last and probably most important point, promotion. We all have agreed that it would be of great importance to have a list with initiatives which are already ongoing or which are planned, or if you have an idea. And we would like to set up this list and provide it on the website, because we think it's from great help to have a collection of initiatives for the students or musicians who are looking for help. And we hope it will encourage others to do the same or something like this. And we already had a little plan how to do that. So we wanted to develop a survey and send it out to the members to collect everything what's ongoing. And the collected results should be frequently updated and maybe divided in regions. And then we want to publish the list in English and Ukrainian on the World Federation website, if possible. And to spread it, we want you to send out a special newsletter on the topic and encourage the members to spread it throughout the world. Yeah, now that's a question, who can do that? Do we have human resources and financial resources to do something like that? But that's the outcome of our group. Questions?
Sorry, Tanya. I just wanted to add two small things. Maybe to work on this list and website, we could try to find a volunteer in Geneva, a Ukrainian volunteer who could also translate from English in Ukrainian. And the other point was we have, or some of us have already list of people who is now in need. So we could put this list on the member area of the website. So if there are a possibility to help really these people, we can look for that.
That came from Beata, who told us that she's already aware of 3 or 4 people who are looking for opportunities. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tanya. It's now time for the second group, denationalization. I think Rob will give us a quick overview about what was discussed in this group. Please.
Yes. Well, we had a very inspiring, or two very inspiring days. It's very interesting to talk about these things you take for granted and you never really put in too much thought about what you're actually doing and why you are doing certain things. We had a very interesting group because we had representatives of different parts of the world, and we also found out that looking at nationality or citizenship, that it really differs from where you are from in the world. So basically what we did is we defined some things that we think the Federation recognizes. We made some recommendations and one final encouragement. So I will go through it quickly. The Federation recognizes that young musicians are taking part in competitions as individuals and not as representation of a nation. Secondly, young musicians very often have connections with multiple nations. They have a location of birth, they have a location where they are raised, they have a location where they are educated, and sometimes in a location where they are building a career. Thirdly, a nationality is not defining an artist's career in the actual classical music business, which is a contrast with how we go about in competitions. Fourthly, audiences and media still seem to value and emphasize nationalities. Fifthly, partners and funding organizations might require to have an overview of the diversity of a competition. So this is what we recognized what the landscape is, and then we went on to have some recommendations. So our recommendations are that competitions and participants should detach themselves from political ideology or manifestations. Secondly, competitions should try to protect young musicians from instrumentalization by a political regime. Thirdly, competitions should still strive towards diversity and global representation on an operational level. And competitions, finally, should avoid national symbols like flags for decoration purposes. Then we get to what we would like to encourage you all. We encourage you to rethink and redefine the way you will go about representing nations in your own ways of communications. And some suggestions to do this is by not use nations when you publish a participant, or perhaps a different format by only mentioning the cities where they are born or where they are based. And thirdly, maybe use the point I've used before, the different locations that have been of influence for the development of this artist. So this is what we have put on paper. We will take this to the board, and then hopefully we will also come to like a real thing that we can publish towards the membership. But I'm very curious to hear if others have completely different opinions than what we have defined.
Maybe we can do that in the Q&A section a little bit later, so we finish all the program first. Thank you very much. The third of our workshops was on associate members, and Marcus Barker from the Sydney, please let us know what was discussed.
So our group probably had one of the challenging discussion topics, because we don't really engage with our associate members as they currently stand. So for us, we were kind of like extracting it right back down to its bare roots to actually kind of understand where our starting point was. So our first session on day one was to actually kind of pull apart and to see where we could actually take this to actually make recommendations back to the board. It became quite clear that there was no real clear direction that we could all kind of arrive at by the end of day one. So on day two, we approached it slightly differently, and we had three options to choose from. The first one was that we just simply maintain our current associate membership as it is. Don't change anything, everything is working perfectly well, which we identified the day before, but that perhaps it wasn't. Anyway, that was option one. Option 2 was to look at a new structure, how we rephrase who we are, what we talk to, who we talk to, and what we offer those potential associate members. And the third option was, let's just abandon the whole idea and let's all go to lunch early today. So what we didn't choose to do was to go to lunch early. And we chose that to maintain associate membership in its current format was not of benefit to the World Federation, nor was it of benefit to the associate memberships. So we discussed then further about how do we create a new partnership that is mutually beneficial to both sides. And a big part of that is to actually get our associate members who exist with us in logo form in our programs and in online to simply engage with us. But how do we place value on that? What was the value proposition that we could give to an associate member to become an affiliate or an associate member of the World Federation? And part of that is to actually apply value. And in today's world, value is simply sometimes just applied by actually having to pay a fee. As we all do here as members of the Federation, we pay a fee. So we have a value, we perceive there's a value of actually being part of a collegiate international network. So for the associate membership, we also felt that that was actually an important change to the structure going forward. But we also needed to find what the list of benefit that we were going to be able to offer back to the associate membership. From why would you want to become an associate member of the World Federation? But equally so, how do we as members of the World Federation leverage for our own internal benefits, for our particular competitions and for the World Federation, of actually having associate members and understanding more about what each party can bring to the table and actually work and extract together for greater benefit. We also acknowledge that whatever the structure is or should be has to be simple, because we acknowledge that our secretariat is very small and with a limited amount of time. So whatever we do, however we come up with a structure, has to be simple and easily to be managed and implemented. So taking that then on to the next step where we started to discuss was, well, how do we work out who pays what, and how do people actually perceive a value again from actually paying? So again, we acknowledge that not all having a one payment system doesn't fit the brief for everyone. So we needed to actually look at, is there a two-tier structure? And then we also then looked at a potentially third structure, which was a simple reciprocal benefit of the World Federation becoming a member of, say, ISPA, just as a simple example, and ISPA becoming a free member of the World Federation, because there are simple ways that we can see quite clearly that both organizations complement each other. And then we moved on to talk about, well, how do we work out what they pay? If we're going to have a two-tiered structure, how do we actually make it fair? How do we actually kind of arrive at a fee? And then for a third discussion point, we added in, should there be a user pays model? So someone can pay an annual fee, and that's quite simple. If you're at the top level, you pay this. If you're at the second level, you pay that. But then what about a user pays model, which then gives to the associate member value from what they perceive as value, to engage in the aspects of what the World Federation does and offers by choosing to buy into various elements. So, for example, it was that you could pay just to come to the General Assembly, or you could pay then a separate fee to engage in the lounge sessions, or you can pay a separate fee to whatever activities that the World Federation does throughout the year. However, we pulled all that back, and then we started to think about, well, what if we actually set an annual fee, but at a much lower level? So to encourage associate members to still find value in actually becoming an associate member of the World Federation, but not an exorbitant amount of money, which was precluding them from becoming an associate member. And then still then on top, then you would actually kind of be able to actually on-sell activities like the General Assembly at a different price point. So we then also looked at, well, how do we engage with associate members in a local jurisdiction, which may not necessarily actually travel, have a greater influence about consideration, of being engaged with the General Assembly if it's held in a particular city. So for example, Hamamatsu next year. What about those potential associate members that could be interested to come and join us for the General Assembly to also see what we do, and then also to hopefully see value in actually becoming a full-time member, associate member of the World Federation. So after that discussion and all of those points that we were considering, we have 5 recommendations that we'll take back to the board and to the secretariat. And the first one is about fees. So we are proposing that an associate member would be a fee of 500 Swiss francs. And then they would actually be able to pay to attend the General Assembly at 825 francs. We were getting very specific at the request of, unfortunately, we had Florian in our group, so we were very, very driven by actually kind of giving some practical figures from which we can actually work forward from. But then we also decided that there could be another option, there is another option, of actually an annual fee, which is 1,000 Swiss francs, which is then an incentive for organizations to become a full member from the outset, rather than actually kind of starting at a 500 and then adding on various elements of what they want to buy into. Also, then we decided that they're like for the local potential associate members to engage with us to have a daily fee to attend the General Assembly. So not unlike ISPA does, that we would actually then be able to actually engage people in the way that they want to engage with us about particular sessions. The second recommendation is that we need to create a visually inspiring and informative media kit designed to showcase what we do at the World Federation and the importance of the World Federation network and the range of activities that we can offer to the associate members, and along with that to include the fee structure. The third is to engage each member of the World Federation in assisting to identify, but more importantly, to recruit in their local areas potential associate members. And that's a really important thing if we actually want to leverage from all of these potential new organizations to be part of what we do here at the Federation. The fourth is who should be excluded from being an associate member. And we felt that the only section that should be excluded are competitions that actually should be members of the World Federation, having met all the appropriate recommendations and statutes. And the final point is to seek ongoing feedback from our associate members to ensure that the program remains relevant and we are delivering back to the benefit of what an associate member would find of being engaged with us, but more importantly, what the World Federation membership can gain and leverage from our associate members. And that was the end of our discussion around associate members.
Thank you very much, Marcus. We will put documents together on all of these workshops, and we'll send them to you in the next couple of weeks so you can review and get more details on all these topics we discussed. I would like, before we go to the Q&A session, I would like to invite Jean-Jacques Moore to the stage because he has been waiting for a long time. It was the wish of Noriko Ogawa to have him as her winner. He's not only her winner, he's also somebody else's winner. Please join me. Come here and talk just a few minutes about Hamamatsu, where we will be hosted next year. The dates are likely going to be in the middle of May, and we will just, please take a seat. We will just talk really briefly about Hamamatsu to give you a little taste and get you excited about going to Japan next year. And before we do that, I hope it's ready. Let's just watch a brief video. it's not easy to make a video and try and get people interested in a city, which I think we all remember from last year when we were looking at the video about Bydgoszcz. So we tried to make this one look a little bit more like a cultural vacation sort of place, but now it's maybe a bit too much, has a bit too much the image of a tourist resort or of a vacation resort. Did you feel like going on vacation when you arrived in Hamamatsu for the first time?
Well, that's, yes, it's working. Well, not at all, because I didn't know what you know right now, and I had no idea about the city whatsoever. So I remember being there with other participants, and we starved for the first 3 days because we simply couldn't figure out where the restaurants were. Oh boy, what were we missing?
But you, after 3 days, I hope you succeeded in finding some restaurants.
We were very, very well fed.
Can you tell us about the main specialties of Hamamatsu? What
Yes.
would you eat in Hamamatsu?
Well, Hamamatsu, later I have learned, is kind of famous in Japan for its food. I mean, namely the eel, which is a delicacy. It's a specialty food, let's say. It's fantastic, and they have the gyoza dumplings, what they are famous for. And, well, altogether, fish is really fresh because it's right next to the ocean. It's close to Shizuoka, where perhaps the best tuna in Japan comes from. So, yes, you are spoiled for choice in Hamamatsu.
For somebody who is worried about raw fish and eel, do you think there is something there a bit more meaty? I'm thinking about our Polish friends.
Well, unagi is grilled, but of course you get also it's not that far from Kobe and Osaka, where you have the best beef. And Hamamatsu, I have heard that the chicken is pretty good. Well, I am kind of a pescatarian, so meat is not my specialty, I would say. But from what I've heard from meat-eating people, that they have been happy.
Hamamatsu, of course, is instrument town. There are several instrument makers there. Can you say 2 sentences about that?
Yes, I mean, of course, the famous thing about Hamamatsu is Yamaha and Kawai and the factories, which I'm pretty sure they will organize a tour for you. But also what's wonderful about the city is that they have an incredible collection of historical instruments. So they have, I think, close to 25 historical pianos and harpsichords, as well as violins and cello, and also native Japanese, Indonesian, Balinese instruments. It's an instrument museum of huge magnitude. I think they have over 1,000 articles on display. It was quite extraordinary. I also had the chance to try the instruments, and many of them are in actually fantastic condition. You can play concerts on them.
That's wonderful. Maybe just one last comment. What's your favorite place in the city where we should all, what we should all not miss and definitely go there?
Well, there is the Hamamatsu Castle, which is very pretty. I say actually, in a very interesting way, the ocean, because I have never seen the ocean. I had never seen the ocean in my life until I was in Japan. So I would say, yeah, it's looking at the sea far beyond is just special.
Thank you very much. Maybe we should ask Rafael Blechacz if he agrees with these comments. Anyway, thank you very much, Sean, and congratulations again for the concert last night. We're so grateful that you stayed here with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We also have a small gift for you from Switzerland, just in case your flight is delayed today. It's time for WFIMC Dialogue. We can do this really quickly, but I would like to ask if you have comments, questions, complaints, requests, inquiries. Yes, Gustav. Do we have a microphone, please? Here's the second one.
Well, of course, since we are representing here the Annika Agri Foundation, we are the only associate member who is present in this General Assembly. So I feel I should say something. I cannot say I do it on behalf of the other associate members because we are not in touch with them at the moment. But a few, I know there's not much time to say something, but just a few words. It's a pity that it's a missed opportunity here. When you look at the statutes of the Federation, there is a brief description of the role of an associate member. It's an advisory role, non-voting, and that associate members are entitled to attend the meetings. If you would like to, or if you would like an associate member to give some advice, you must give him the opportunity. And especially if you talk about the associate members and the membership in 2 sessions, knowing that one of them is present but not talking with them about this, I think it's a missed opportunity. We have been here, and you know it, and we could give you some feedback. It's not of our interest at all. It has always been the intention of associate membership, as far as I have understood it, to collaborate and to help each other, to exchange information and opinions. And I believe during the year, maybe only once, from the Federation, we received a question to give our opinion or some information. This could have been much more. We would encourage that. And of course, that was also the intention, I think, of associate membership. And what I would advise, I take my role very seriously as an associate membership here, as an advisory role. When you look at the lists, you have 12 associate members at the moment, I believe. And it's really a pity that we are the only ones who are present. And of course, you could ask yourself, why is it? Why are the other associate members not attending the General Assembly? You should ask them, you should get in touch with them. What is missing? Why are they not coming? It's not only this time. We have been trying to be present many times. Also, before we started with the associate membership, we have a long history and in a positive way. I could say from our perspective, there's no personal interest or benefit. We both have many similar objectives, and we can both work on that together to help each other. That was, I think, the initial intention of associate membership. I find it a pity that we did not have the opportunity to talk together about this more. You had 2 sessions about this, but I'm sorry that we couldn't take part in this.
Anybody would like to comment on it? Could you? No? Something else?
Excuse me. Thanks, Gustav, for those words. And you know, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think what we need to do, and I think what we addressed in those sessions and the last 2 days, is exactly what you've just raised. And I think, well, I hope that from the end of where we got to today, that the framework which we're proposing addresses a lot of those questions and comments which you've just made. And I think, you know, the more that we can actually understand what our associate members are looking for, but also then what our associate members can look for from the World Federation, is actually really a true beneficial partnership to be actually established for the long-term future, and not just for, you know, that on a piece of paper or on a website, but actually practical ways as well to support the like-mindedness of our different organisations, which are very similar organisations as well. So I think I hope that once we take back those recommendations to the board and we discuss that at a greater level, that we actually then start to kind of get to a position where you're saying, oh my God, you know, the World Federation is calling me again to ask for advice. And you're then saying, please stop, stop, stop. So we hope that we can get to that kind of, you know, lovely situation where we have a really positive, ongoing, vibrant relationship.
It's a missed opportunity. We were here, and we would have loved to be part of it, to give our feedback, and you could use our feedback in your decision making.
I perfectly agree with that, and I also thank you for these comments. But I disagree with you in that we are not in contact and that we're not exchanging views or opinions. I think you are a dear friend and a very highly appreciated advice for me personally in many questions that I've asked over the years. The meaning of this workshop at this conference personally was for me to get the whole associate member issue going again, because we have been discussing it for a long time and we did not get to the point where I could actually start working. And it is a process, and certainly you will be involved in this process, but this is only a beginning, and it should be what I wanted to achieve in this conference is a point where I could actually start working, talking to potential associate members, where I could begin doing all this, what you just mentioned, getting people back to the federation, making them come, making them attend the next year's federation. Because every discussion that ends without a decision will throw us back another 1 year, and it just takes too long for us to get this process started. But maybe, Peter Paul, would you like to say a few words about this as well? There are very, very different opinions in the board about the associate members, and that was also a little bit difficult for me. And that's why I wanted to have this whole process a little bit streamlined during the General Assembly this time. Any other questions, comments? Yes?
Thank you. I've had some really great conversations with so many people over the last few days about a couple of topics that haven't been addressed during the Assembly, and just wanted to say I personally, I would love to follow up after this with anybody who wants to have a further discussion, or perhaps it can be part of a future session or meeting. The two topics we were talking about was climate change and what we can contribute to addressing issues around sustainability in our competitions. Last year, we collaborated with Cleveland and Montreal to help reduce the amount of travel involved in our first round, and that was a really positive experience. It was a way of getting the first round done, as well as reducing our carbon footprint. It's something that we're addressing as a competition. We have an aim to become carbon neutral by our next competition, and just really would welcome the chance to speak to anybody else who's addressing some of these issues, because they're becoming very important to us. The other thing was really around the conversation about diversity on our juries, and also to address the question of the pipeline that feeds our competition and why there isn't even approaching a sense of gender equality or balance, never mind other forms of diversity, and whether other people are monitoring this, whether you ask this of your competitors and juries, whether you talk to them, whether you brief them before a competition about the picture of diversity in classical music and in the competition sector. I would just beg you to start having that conversation. And again, please, it's something that we're talking about within our organisation. I'd love to follow up with any further thoughts or communications around that.
Thank you. Yes, Ariel.
I would like to add a topic for future discussions. I talked about it with you, Florian. I think all of us have a huge problem with streaming platforms, specifically YouTube, that blocks many of our recordings due to false claims of rights violation. And then you can dispute, and it can take several weeks until they remove the ban, and then you can see the video again. But I think that maybe as a federation, we could develop a special relationship with YouTube or Google and get into some agreement that they will not ban things that the member competitions upload. So we need to get in contact with them. We need to agree on what we want to ask them to do. And I'm willing to do everything possible in this sense. If anyone wants to join me, and if the board will support it, so I think we have a good chance maybe to change something.
Maybe we can only comment this, Ariel, because Arthur already left. He said this morning maybe Chopin competition is direct dialogue, contact, personal with Google Europe, and he offered to make to be a bridge builder between the World Federation and Google Europe. Maybe then we can go further. So he has this already on his own radar, and maybe we can develop this together.
That would be a great opportunity, yes.
May I add something to this? Ariel, first of all, YouTube is not blocking content anymore. So they only, you know, they can put a right on it, so you cannot earn money with it, and then you can dispute it, and then it's coming back. But they're not blocking content anymore, so you're always visible. Facebook is still a problem, but the thing is that this is a much bigger issue than we think, and because this is all done automatically, but it's analyzed, and even the companies, so the labels, they are struggling with this as well, because they are just uploading their content, and it's just looking for matches, and I think over time it will become better, because they're working on better models of how they should analyze it. But the problem is that this is mainly dictated by the popular music scene, and it's not going to change soon, because the problem there is much bigger with content which is used on YouTube all the time. So and there is so much power there that the classical music scene is just suffering from what's happening in that scene. So even if we would talk to people, this will not change, because it's too difficult. They cannot make a distinction between the two markets.
Yeah, I have one little thing which I already mentioned to Florian. We have this yearbook, and in prior years we had in the yearbook always also a preview which instruments will be in line next year or the year thereafter. And this yearbook we only have the actual competitions. And I think it would be helpful for people who are looking into musicians who say, well, when is my instrument, horn or clarinet or oboe or trombone again in line? And therefore, I think to have a little bit the possibility to have a view also into 2023 or 24, I found that very helpful, and therefore I was recommending that as something that one should consider. Number one. Number two, we all have competitions. We have 120 competitions. Isn't there something that we can compare elements of this competition in such an assembly? Problems that we have, success factors that we have. What are the difference in jury compensations and so on and so forth? Isn't this also the possibility of a forum where we, as organizers of competition, are learning from each other? How do you organize, not the whole thing, but elements of it? And we have done that and that. And for instance, we have an audience award, and we had terrible experience giving the biographies of the musicians in advance, because the audience award was affected by the information that we gave on those participants. These kind of workshops, I think, could be very helpful. Thank you.
As for the dates, you are right. We did not have a 2 or 3 year calendar in this year's yearbook, and we will try and include that again next year. However, it is not exactly correct. We have in the competition listings years beyond 2022 and 2023 even. I have to say it has been difficult this year because we changed the software. At the same time, there was the pandemic and all sorts of other factors coming in. Many competitions were delayed, And so many competitions changed their dates in the course of this year. And we had really trouble catching up because we have different sets of data. And when a competition publishes one date on their website, and then what we have in our data is not exactly the same, and then what we hear from you is yet a little bit different, it becomes complicated. It's just a very complex task. We will go back to the older system. We will ask you towards the maybe October and November with online forms to give us all your data, so that we have the yearbook for next year better prepared. As for other topics to be discussed, we're always open for new topics. We will plan new lounges, and I'm more than happy to include some of these topics with you. It always depends on you. The more you participate, the more you give us input and motivation, the more we will do. I think it was very interesting to see in this General Assembly that we had about 35 people attending. It's a little bit more than Reggio Emilia last year, but not really that much more that we would have expected, which means the pandemic is still somewhat ongoing, especially for our members in Asia. And it remains to be seen how this is going to change in the coming years. It's also interesting to see the numbers of the people taking part over the streaming, which was all in all maybe about 30 people taking part in different sessions. We would have expected it to be more, but we will look at this in detail and discuss with the board what can be done to really get more people attending. I know it's difficult time-wise. We're in different time zones. There's many different subjects that some of them are more interesting than others, but we are always aiming to find a way to make it interesting for you and really get you and take part in our communications, in our sessions, and also in the General Assembly. If there are no more comments or questions, I would like to ask Henrik, Agata, Michal, and Paulina to the stage. And also Jacek, maybe, please. Magst du auch noch ein bisschen? We would like to very much thank you all for this wonderful General Assembly. It's been fabulous to be your guest. I've been here for the first time in January, and now it's such a different place. It has really, the sun has risen. It's a wonderful place to be in, and it was so wonderful. We have actually many comments also from our online audience. The tech side of the online streaming was excellent. It has worked so well. We've seen videos, we've seen the streaming, the way you managed to switch around from different cameras. It's been really excellent. So thank you so much, and congratulations for an excellent General Assembly.
Henrik, this is the famous pen from Geneva, always to our host. Thank you very much. A very precious one.
Well, this is not the end yet. The next point on the agenda is dinner, ever so important. We're going to meet at 6:20 at both hotels and then walk to the restaurant, and there will be then a bus after dinner taking us to tonight's Exploseum tour. Thank you very much, and see you later on.